Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the late start. Apologize for the long intro. Longer than normal. This is just how things be sometimes. Kind of like disembodied voices that speak to you from the ether. We all know how that is. We all know what that's like. I'm sitting here armed with warm tea with honey. I don't like tea, but it is what it is. And now it's time to begin. Time to begin. Let me get some stuff off my screen that is top secret. Oh, the top secret stuff. Just oceans of it. Hold on. Okay. Yup. And yup. Okay. I think we're good. What's up, chat? We're good. We are good. How are you guys doing today? Wow, that's hot. Oh my goodness. Woo. Oh man. Okay. I'm good now. That was very hot. Albatross. Welcome. Dosi, Wolfgar, Nightwatch, MMORPG. Good to see you guys. Velkinks, Briar, Black Fox. Welcome. Welcome. We got Alinar, Morkidian, Boldabasha, Primus. Good to see you guys. Interesting, Albatross. Artois tells me all the waterways will be named after him. See, I said Artois. I told you guys I say Artois, even though it's Artois. Artois Canal, like Artois. Artois Canal, Lake Artois, and Ocean of the Band, but not forgotten. Ah, oh, silliness. Silliness. Hey, good to see you, Battalion. Glorf. Welcome, Sade. Just let me play. Good to see you. Am I people stalking? No. No. No, I'm not. Not currently, anyway. Virgo, good to see you. Beer Chug. Just let me play. That's a 30 stream streak, my friend. That's some awesome, serious, awesome stuff. Serious, awesome stuff. Thank you so much for being here, man. 30 stream streak. That's crazy. What's up, Isabel? Good to see you. Welcome indeed, Sprodog. Welcome, Phelan. Welcome. Valkale, Kronzik, Oaknoer. Good to see you all. We also have some friends in YouTube land that we want to say hello to. Tolmart. We have Morkidian as well. We actually have Morkidian, you know, kind of existing in two planes at once. What's up, Thomas? Good to see you. We've got Game Account, Ehik. We've got PA, Turnors, Deaver, Dennis, the ultimate Trollier. Nice. Here we go. I used to look forward to these streams, but over 3,000 hours played, and to see how unorganized and lazy the team is, I've moved on. The game will never meet the potential it had. That's a pretty heavy statement, my friend. Pretty heavy statement indeed. Let's see. Thanks for streaming again, Joppa. It's good to see you exploring the game through each class to see the level experience between each. Definitely appreciate seeing the passion come back. Also entertaining to get to listen to you and other members' comments to finish up the workday. Nice. Good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm really glad to hear that. Let's see. Let it cook. MMOs are strange wild beasts. They take a lot. Certainly not anything that a lazy team could do or even get to this point, I would add. All right. There's been some audio adjustments, so I'm sorry if this is blasting. We're getting into some audio mixing. I say we, PVL is. Let me know if anything's too loud for you guys, okay? Let me know if it's too loud for you guys. The plan today, we're going to start off with some Warrior. I'm going to get back in and keep moving forward on the Warrior. We'll transition a little bit once we're in the thick of things. We're going to transition to a little bit more of some dev work, kind of like we were doing last time. And I'm excited. We're going to talk about the patch a little bit as well. Make sure everybody's kind of on track with like what the changes are and what they're hopefully going to mean for your experience over the coming months. A girl once asked me what my heart desired. Apparently blood, oxygen, and neural messages were all wrong answers. Wow. Job, I've been playing for a month and I'm having an absolute blast. Is there any consideration to allow skill swap during combat? There is consideration to that. We are looking at that. We are indeed. I want to go somewhere new today, okay? And with the changes to drop rates, with the changes to rare spawns, let's talk about that for a second. Hold on. Let me get the official patch notes up here so we can discuss it to an accurate T. Okay. Main things that we want to call out here. Starting in the NPC section, spawn rates for named NPCs throughout Terminus have been increased significantly. Some named NPCs will now have a 100% chance to spawn, however, they will take longer to respawn than previously. Some named NPCs have been moved to new spawn locations to help preserve challenge with the new spawn rates. And then that coincides with the item section, which states normalized drop chances on named and boss NPCs. Example, if they can drop 4 items, each item has a 25% chance. So what that means, part of this is a kind of in line with what we did with the experience, the double experience, which was half of a, year into EA, we have a wipe coming in the spring. We're going to bump experience rates, and as kind of a thank you / I don't know, like an event, like a pre-wipe event kind of thing. But with a lot of the experience changes coming in the spring, it's also an opportunity for us to test out a different pace of experience and just to kind of gather some feedback and get some sense of how that feels. In a similar way, part of this itemization change, particularly the normalization part, where, as of today's patch, we no longer have drop rates that reflect like an uncommon, a rare, ultra rare, epic drop rates. There are items in the game right now, for example, that only had like a 5% drop rate or even a 1% drop rate. whereas now everything's normalized to have an equal chance to drop. That side of it's kind of like the, hey, there's a wipe coming in the spring. We're just kind of doing something that feels a little fresh, and maybe we'll get some people coming back and want to try things out. The spawning side, with increased rare spawn rates and the notion that there are some NPCs that have 100% spawn rate, but they have like double the respawn time, that's something that we're actually kind of wanting to see how that feels, because a lot of what we're wanting to do in the spring is increase the number of named NPCs in general, so that you guys have a lot more, named in different camps and various things. And we want to see how that feels. Again, it's not necessarily indicative of an absolute, direction or anything like that, as much as it's, as we're reflecting on the last year of feedback, as we're, kind of taking stock with what's coming in the spring. This is a good opportunity to try some things and see how they feel. So just wanted to explain that and make sure you guys kind of had a box for that. Just make sure the patch, patch notes made sense, and all that. So that being said, I've been excited to hop in on the Warrior, and I don't know. Let's see what's open and see what we can get into. I mean, I'm level 27, or 26. So I think Hangor is a potential for us. Black Rose Keep is on the menu. We could, if it's open, we could try Nightwolf Knoll, but I want to get as much time in different places as possible, so I'm okay going somewhere different. Why don't more people call me Papa Joppa? I don't know. That's a good question. That's a good question. Where's a good place for an 18 summoner and 14 shaman to duo not geared? I'd probably go to Orc Highway. In AVP. Let's try Hangor, guys. You want to try Hangor? Joppa, can you talk more about the changes to bind on equip? I know my guild is really not stoked about it because collecting gear for different tunes and guildies is a part of the fun of old school MMOs. We believe in you and the team, but do you have any plans to make sure we can still collect gear and give to guildies? Yeah, so bind on equip, obviously it's a decision that we didn't make lightly. And like anything, we're going to need to feel it out and, kind of dial it in. The interesting thing about bind on equip is that it does, and we've discussed this many times as a design team, bind on equip still leaves room for exceptions that, part of the value of those exceptions is that they can kind of allow for some of the existing, ways that things are done. It's just in a much more managed way. So you might have an item that, and I'll say this too, bind on equip can also in some cases mean account bound and not just character bound. So the two exceptions to bind on equip that will allow for some of what you're describing you're interested in, and I frankly am interested in. I mean, this is definitely a developer player tension here, where it's like on one level you have to keep in mind the long-term health of the game, the long-term health of the economy, the long-term value of items, and but then on the other hand, as a player, it's like, if I work really hard for something, I like being able to kind of keep that as part of my arsenal, and pass it on to other characters and things like that. I'm fighting the temptation to do that with stuff that I've gotten on Fifilo, where it's like, man, Dagas would love to have an Ichor Scorched Partisan, I'm not doing that mainly because I'm trying to keep this as a self-found experience, but if the Ichor Scorched Partisan is bound to my character, then that means I can't do that. If it's bound to my account, then I could. And there also, you know, being items in the game that aren't bind on equip also gives me options potentially to pursue those if I'm specifically interested in, you know, having something that I can pass along more freely. So it's one of those things that is being done for a greater purpose, but we're interested in some of the exceptions to keep a little bit of that feel alive. So hopefully that's a reasonable answer. All right, let's see if we can put a group together for Hangor. Who is available? I'd like to. I love running with, you know, some of the regulars. I'm also super excited to, you know, be able to do some stuff with more of you guys. So if there's anyone that's available, anyone wants to play, Alinar, I see you here, so I know you're probably ready to go. Glorf, I don't know if I've seen you in chat, but we need to do the acclimation first, don't we? Yeah, we do. Okay, so I guess we need to go to Goblin Caves first then, huh? We need to go to Gabby's. That could take a minute, right? That could take a minute. All right, so we've got let's do we want Aggie is available. Do we want to do Enchanter or Cleric? Of course I can get the game on stream. Wow. I mean, what are we doing here, you know? All right, let's get Aggie, let's bring the Enchanter. Actually, Alinar, why did I just start running? Like, why don't we get a port? We could always just get a port, huh? My horse will be fine right there. I usually leave... we've done a lot of, like, mountain training, so the horse is fine. The horse is 100% fine. Watch, see that? You see how quickly the horse scaled the side of the rock wall? That's training. That's pure training. No, and Skiatch don't have a character on Haven Song yet, no. By the way, the Great Vendini, thank you so much for the tier 1 and the 11 freaking months of support. The Great Vendini, thank you so much. And Fox Behind the Box with the tier 1 as well, and the 7 months. The update to pets not attacking rooted mobs. Wait. Has broken Earth Pet's Shifting Stones ability. I know. We knew that was coming, and it's a change we made kind of last minute because of all the issues that we were having with pets and root, and but yeah, it's a little bit of a band-aid, and that's kind of the main casualty of the band-aid, but it is known. It is known. Alinar, I'm coming back, by the way. For that that port. Hey, what's up, Tango? Here, let me grab, hold on. Don't port yet. Ooh, don't do it. Don't do it. Ah! we gotta gather everybody. Oh, you were there for the port. Okay, yeah. All right, sorry, Alinar. Here we go. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, let's see what we got looking for Groot. Got another wizard. Got a monk. Didn't we set it up where you could just buy the glyphs from a vendor? That's probably what we need to do. Let's see if this paladin tank's interested. Can't wait till spring so I can start fresh. I'm excited about that as well. Very. And get the whole set for 4 gold. Well, I just happened to be somewhat close. Think you need to do the first quest to unlock the vendor, though? Yeah. Well, let's do that. Well, let's see if we can do that. Remember, though, guys, like this has to be legit. So you know, I gotta do this for reals. Bill Shakes, don't remember, has there been any talks about a level sync option for higher level players to temporarily de-level the party with their lower level friends? There have been many talks about that, yeah. Like a mentor system. So it's definitely in kind of the realm of things that we're looking at, and we'll share more information when we have it. Hello, Fame. Adventurer, I don't suppose I could bother you for some help, could I? You see, I am a traveling scribe of sorts. I create enchanted glyphs that aid explorers and travelers such as yourself, or at least I used to. I was waylaid a few days ago by a group of goblins. There was a larger one with them who looked smarter than the rest. I managed to escape, but they got away with my supplies, including my enchanted quill. If you'd be willing to help me track down my quill, I could help you in turn. To the west is the home of the orcs, a frigid land of snow and ice. You don't seem like someone who would be afraid of an orc, so I'm sure that you will travel there at some point. The orcs don't seem to feel the cold like we do, but if you mean to travel there, My glyphs can help you withstand the icy conditions, but I can't create them without my quill. If you could face down those goblins and get my quill back, I'd be very grateful. Well, hidey-ho. So on your 6, basically, yeah, so when you type /location/LOC, it's going to give you your current location. If you have the location of a destination, then you can continue to kind of, you know, use /location as you move along to check your current location against your destination location. And that's kind of how it's used, is kind of constantly using it over and over as you get closer. So if, you know, if the first number is like 1500 and I'm currently, my current location is at 1300, as I'm running along and using /loc, I'm checking to see, is my 1300 number getting closer to 1500? And that tells me that on that line, I'm going in the right direction. All right, so between the three of us, we should be able to get where we need to go. Let's see if we can get this quill somewhat quickly. This might take a hot minute. Eventually, we will have an overland map. We'll have a map that actually kind of allows you to see the topographical information of the area that you're in. And I don't think it'd be an issue to have... we don't want to do like a GPS map. So how we incorporate like /loc into that is something that we need to think through. But... oh yeah, we should go to the drop down side. I didn't even think about that. Oops. That's a good question. I don't even remember where this guy spawns, to be honest. Any plans to implement the quest from the Skull of an Octular from HC? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Alrighty. All right. You guys lead the way. I have not... I don't... I've never gone in for the quill before, so it's been long enough that I don't even remember where it drops. Or what drops it. That was a nice little move there, Alinar. I see you. Oh. I'm really glad I invested some time leveling climbing on this character because it does make a really nice difference. I mean, it's not huge, but it's felt. All right, well, let's do it then, huh? Come on. It's dead. Oh. Okay. Okay. That's interesting. All right. Yep. Cool. Seawick, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, my friend. Appreciate that. And the 17 months of support. My goodness. Thank you so much. Thank you. If we need upwards of like 4 gold to do this, I probably need to run by the bank and grab a few thingies. No. So this is a self-found character, so I can't take handouts or coverage from anybody. No. You guys didn't. Hey, you know what? We're good. Good. We're going to be meeting a paladin there. We need 2 more. We need a healer. It really is about 4 gold. Okay, got a healer. I will get a few. I'll get a couple more than, a little bit more than 4 gold just to be safe. Just to be safe. So what do we want to... I can probably start getting rid of a lot of these things. Don't really need these. if we're gonna be going into Hangor anyway, I'll probably get some better drops. Well, we'll see. We'll see. All right. Faithful horse. Cool. I'd say that will definitely cover us. All good. Hey, what's up, Taz? Good to see you. What's up, Flange? Good to see you. Do you always see the game behind the scenes dev in? Do you always see the game in behind the scenes dev vision or in the player's lens now that you've been streaming? It is significantly more balanced now. Significantly more balanced. You can't ever fully shut the dev off, but yeah. Rendall, yes, correct. We haven't said specifically April, but in the spring. So there's a little bit of like a range there of time, but we haven't put a hard date on it quite yet. But yeah, in the spring. And if that's news to you, or if you're coming here to confirm that, I might assume that you haven't necessarily read all the dev diaries that we put out in December that talks about all of the updated mechanics and various things that are coming with that reset. So that would be a good thing to check out. You can see those on the website. Just go to the news section and read all the different dev diaries we put out in December. There's a whole heck of a lot of stuff coming in the spring to accompany that reset. So it's going to be a really big moment for the game in the road to 1.0. All right, so complete. You need something which embodies the element the glyph is designed to protect against. If you follow the riverbanks west and north, you will find a cave. Okay, that's for, I know that's for the second one. All right. You gotta, Battalion, you gotta let me experience this as a player would, because I'm not gonna, a player's not gonna be, here, telling a new player exactly what to do. So I want to truly experience this, because things like clarity and like, can I look at this and know what to do or what I need, is all part of the experience. Now I know we have tiered vendors, and this has already bumped me up to like the second tier. So I know that we've got 2 pages here. But what I was stuck on here is trying to understand these are schematics. So these are for scribes. Got it. Okay. So yeah, then we've got our minor glyphs and we have our lesser glyphs. Definitely want to go with the lesser ones. So Do I have enough for all of them? I do. Should. Cool. Okay. All right. Let's get these glyphs added. So we've got the... Man, we need to update this UI so bad. We've got the leg glyph. We've got chest, hands, feet, arms and head. Perfect. All right. We've got 42 frigid climate resistance with an extra 10 that will build up over time while we're in there. And then we have one more spot. We need either a second healer or another deeps. There's a level 30 ranger, 32 necro. Maybe the necro would be good? Or wizard? It is a little confusing, yeah. What's up, Discory? When's the Dire Lord playthrough? It's kind of already started. I'm so close to getting into sections of the game that I really need to experience, like Hangor and Black Rose Keep, and it just ended up kind of being the warrior that got there sooner than later. So, I feel like I need to push a little bit further on the warrior just so I can get in there, experience things like this Acclimation quest, and yeah, just kind of have these experiences fresh. Guys, what do we want? Do we want the ranger or do we want the necro? I feel like ranger would be good. Okay. All right. We're full. Where do we want to bind? Well, I guess we don't need to worry about binding before we get to the bind stone, but I'd like to, just to be safe. Malkel, no. Nope. At some point, I really want to get a better mount, too. Really, 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 really. Yeah, call out. That's some of what I was doing over the weekend, was getting some of those missing assets and visual effects and things like that rendering again. The Eltharian cultist is one that was strangely missing, so all the places that had that cultist camp needed to be fixed, so but they should all be good now. Or no, actually, what am I Goodness gracious, I totally forgot I was playing on the warrior. Druid is asking, who's main tanking? And I was like, oh, the paladin is. I am. And Papa Q is going to be there to spot heal and off tank as needed. Cool. I'm glad to hear that call out. That's cool. We're going to get into some more dev stuff on this stream as well in a little bit. We're going to see... well, I mean, we'll just kind of play by ear. We'll see how well things go in Hangor and play by ear. I'm interested to check out the audio mixing as well, because I know Phil and some of the other PVL guys were working on some of what we had been discussing about mix and your own player's prominence in the mix. And I did a little bit of testing with him yesterday, but you know, I haven't yet experienced it with a full group, so I'm excited to see how that sounds. We're heading into Hangor. Transitioning into Hangor is currently one of my favorite moments. Visually, the music, when you transition over into the snowy area, it's so good. I'm excited to see and hear that again. All right, so let's go. Oh. Okay. The boars attack. That is a very fast-moving little spider guy there. Here it is. Love it. Okay. Let's keep moving. What's our acclimation doing? Got 1 point, so we're up to 43 now. We have, because we're in these second tier glyphs, we've bypassed, what are we at? This is a mild climate, so we're not feeling any effects from it right now. Is the OST available on YouTube? I don't think so. I don't think we have the full OST up. I want to mine this stuff, but I'm gonna avoid the temptation to do that right now. What is it? Oh. Ooh. Okay. So that's the line right there. But sorry, I got distracted by this awesome cave. And these rocks that have no collision on them. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna go take a bio break on that note. I'll be right back. Okay. Well. Okay. The illusory terrain spell worked. It did. It worked well. That was excellent. Excellently done. The stream is dark, Tango? I don't know. I haven't done anything different. I know that, so. Yeah, Horsey's super well trained. Super well trained. We can get that corpse back later. I'm not super worried about getting it right away. I mean, yeah, we can make it work. Oh. Don't want it to derail. It's all good. Box behind the box. Thank you so much for the gifted sub, my friend. Thank you so much. Very, very much appreciated. So I'm assuming if that rock section is like that, that means there's probably quite a few rock sections that are like that. Which is, you know, good to know. No, that was not me. That was not me that wrote that. That was, I believe that was Vincent. He's, I think the main composer on Pantheon from PVL. But yeah, I too am totally fine going through this transition again. I gotta be really careful here. Now see, I'm also worried about walking on these rocks now, because, well, because of what just occurred. Just walk on the real rocks. Thanks, Glorf. Thank you. Appreciate that. It's helpful. That's the only one you found? Okay. Well, I'm glad it happened to be the one that I ran onto, you know? So, that's... yeah. That's good. The cool looking thing in the distance did its job by luring me over to it, where I then promptly, you know. All right. Horsey Bear Coon. You'll be safe here. You'll be safe. Well, I appreciate the flattery. Jiwananda? But unfortunately, I cannot be swayed in such ways. I cannot. That's right, Nicodemus. 100%. There's that beautiful music. It's hitting. It's hitting. Hey, the 40-year-old, nice. Well, I'm telling you what, they are not messing around. Those blood mages are... Oh, is Papa getting hit by the elements? Okay. Yeah, we need to camp at a campfire. If we can get him here, though, we might need to go back and escort him in. We can keep him healed. Which may be what you guys are already doing. Oh no! No! Papa, no! Oh my sweet Christmas. The man is going to drop. I feel emotionally affected by that, what I just saw. Okay, we're heading. Okay, now we're in a harsh climate, so it's about to get real. Glacial pace. There's the bonfire. So the way acclimation works, at least in this, still kind of like initial stage, is if you can make it to a bonfire in a frigid environment, then it's gonna provide quite a bit of extra acclimation. And even, oh snap. Oh. Yeah, let's get reses and stuff done, and then we can kind of figure out what we want to do. The thick horses have grown on you? What's up, True Dude? Oh yeah, the 40-year-old. We are definitely going to be taking a look at Talisman. Definitely. Near a fire. I don't know if a fire is going to be enough, because we're in a harsh climate. He's still got frozen lungs. All right. Are we ready for pulls? Yeah, he's hurting. Oh, he's got frostbite too. Okay. I do have glyphs. I mean, that's up to you. I don't mind if you do that. That doesn't affect. That doesn't invoke my self-imposed rules or anything, so if you want to run and grab them, that's totally fine. This is interesting though. This is again, this is just a good moment of like you can't read the exchange here in chat, but the group's asking Papa if he had glyphs, and he said no, and he said nobody said I should. So he didn't even know, that he needed that. So I think there's probably room. My gosh, I just need to listen to this music. Adventure, guys. What does this shot? What does this shot convey to you? I definitely think glyphs need to be drops. I'm not. Yeah, we're not gonna keep the quest thing. Glyphs need to be drops. Glyphs. I mean, I'm okay with glyphs being crafted, but crafted glyphs also need to come from, you know, drops that are used to make them. So. I'm not sure, Vidrek. I'm not sure if we're gonna have scribes fully fleshed out in Typer Spring or not. That's would be a good thing to follow up with Neth about. I'm not sure. Okay. We got an ad. An ad. Like how I positioned that. It's an ad. Yeah, these things die fast. They're not elite, that's why. Awesome adventure with friends and exploration. Yeah. I'm gonna pull this dredge. Cool. Ooh. Right. It really is. It really is. With the increase in TTK, I'm concerned about the mob density. Will the mob density be reduced so the repops don't wipe the group? It'll be a combination of lots of different things depending on the area. Like in some places we might decrease density, in some places we might actually increase density. And when I say places, I mean like pockets. Don't think of it as like an area as a whole. But there might be pockets inside Mad Run where we need to decrease density. There might be pockets where we need to increase density. But then respawn timers will also be part of the overall, you know, recipe of what we tweak. Mm-hmm. I also just remembered that being up here in Hangor, I might finally be able to get the stuff I need for the woodcutting quest, the falcon feathers. Okay, we're back. Papa's got his glyphs. Oh, the fire keeps me from building up natural acclimation. Will Ash Breather still retain its difficulty, or would it be relatively easier after Chevron change? Some aspects of it will be a little easier. You know, what's going to happen is you're going to... If you've ever played EverQuest, you would have a pretty easy comparison point, but you're going to get into the realm of, like, just like in EQ with dungeons, you know, the entrance and certain pockets inside of dungeons were a little easier for players to kind of like carve out a spot for themselves, whether that was solo, whether that was in like a small group or whatever. And so there'll be more things like that. You might be running into Ash Breathers and see a Necro or something, you know, parked somewhere near the entrance, pulling a single Ash Breather one at a time, kind of thing. But then where we want to, there's going to be either through density, through, you know, things like the traits and whatnot, NPC synergies that, you know, we'll be able to ramp up the difficulty in addition to the increased TTK, the resource management. So I'm confident it will remain challenging where we want it to be, but not just a complete brick wall for everyone else, you know? Thank you for the res. Hey, what's up, Duckbug? Yeah, the end result of the changes should bring us much more in line with like what the good dungeons and EQ felt like. Mine's going up, Dennis. I've got 3 right now. All right, are we ready to roll? Ah. Did he get his glyphs and stuff? Okay. Let's figure out where we're gonna go. Wait, what? Ah. Thank you kindly. Free Fang of the Shade Spider and Shade Silk Mask outside of bank. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Whew. I kind of want Enchanter animation to be off limits for this session too, by the way, just so I can like tank it. Oh, oh, oh! I stormed right into the explosive. Beautiful. Man, he's not happy at all. Man. What's pulling so much aggro for the from the ranger? Is it just damage? Just the total amount of damage those rangers are putting out? That's gotta be it. Yeah, yeah. I mean, no, it's cool. It's like play how you don't play any differently for me, because I do just want to see how things feel. Play how you normally play. I've heard whispers of relentless pursuit. I've heard the faint imp-like whispers on the wind. It's definitely nice so far feeling like my character is much more prominent in the mix. Like I'm not hearing so much of the other, you know, I'm getting enough of like spells and abilities from other players, but I'm not, it doesn't feel like it's all competing in the same space, you know? Which is nice. I would like to go where we have more orcs to fight. So whether that's in a cave, whether that's, you know, picking like a camp spot, Overland, I'm down for any of it. Yeah, Fox, there will. There definitely will. Yeah, and I'm more than happy to pull as well. Gosh, this is such a nostalgic place. This place right here. Development-wise, like, this is one of the first places where we proved out perception and perception pings a while ago. So cool. Oh, hey. Got some peeps. Takiamo. Takiamo. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Chobin, that's a wizard familiar. I'll pull. I mean, I'll try. See how it goes. This Drudge is walking back. No, it would be good for me to pull. Bear jerky. I'm gonna grab this Drudge. They were really fun when the explosive didn't have an image. I bet. They look really good now. I really like the way the bombs look. Is 23 gonna be okay? I feel like 23 might be too low. Oh yeah, where's my bow? What do I do with my bow, guys? That was scary. Okay, good. There's the explosive. Oh. I think I might be the lowest level at 26. I think 26 is kind of the entry, so like 26 to 32, 26 to 33, somewhere around in there is kind of the range. I feel bad about Papa Q. I hate it when you like bring somebody somewhere for a group and they die and then they die again, and before you even get going they've like taken a loss or two, and then that sucks. You know? Do we need a monk? I mean, what level is your monk? Yeah. Yeah, come on, Frame. Goodness. This place. Yeah, you break some of that stuff. Do we eventually move inside of the arena? Or do we stay by the fire? I was killed on my cleric 5 times over a period of 30 minutes and about threw my computer out the window. Yeah, I definitely understand that feeling. Big time. My goodness. I mean, this is definitely going to be easier than the other side. Scout and Drudge, 2 boars versus like Primalist and 2 hunters. Yeah, go ahead. Go for it. I want both. I want EXP and I want the named. I want to stay alive, get experience, and I'm interested to feel out this new loot situation. That's what I want. Hands up. Okay. All right. Drudge incoming. I don't have my bow, so I'll whack it. Yep, hands up. Corwin, thank you so much for the prime sub, my friend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, hands up invited. Oh, how dare you. How dare you? Sometimes I feel like Strike of Breaking purposefully waits for me to stop clicking it to become clickable. Like it's like a game that it's playing. Nice little close the gap on bottom of the ledge there, yeah. North Tusk Primalist. I know what Ancestral Fire is. I was there when the deep magic was written. What else we got over here? Where did that go down? Where did this happen to Battalion? Up above? I feel like this is just death. Trudge up there. Armored and coal, yeah. Go and get this spider out of the way. I'm frozen. Why is the screen yellowish? What do you mean? Hangor's your favorite Hangor is your favorite area so far? Nice. Will we see possibly key increased drop rates for Chevron non-named orc? If you're talking about like long term, then yeah, I mean, expect there to be ongoing tweaks to drop rates for things like keys and, you know, force spawn, clickable thingies. Not in this pass that we just did. But, It looks yellow for you too. Interesting. I don't know. It could be... Hold on a second. It could be related to some of the recent lighting changes. Could be. Doing my first session in Mad Run. Job of the place is awesome. Great job on this area. Nice. Xanos, that's awesome. That's so cool that you're in Mad Run. Place is crazy. Crazy. Oh, you're talking... I'm sorry. You're talking about keys for, like, chests. I thought we were talking about, like, a specific key for a specific place or, like, access. You're talking about chest keys. Yeah, we're... The whole chest keying thing is definitely going away. Definitely going away. We'll talk more about that soon, like, kind of some of what we're going to be doing there. And the schematics and all that, you know, those are not going to be in chests any longer. There's a lot of changes coming on that front, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, let me know if it's the same for you, Glorf, or different. Because I haven't changed anything on my end, you know, that would cause, like, the colors to be different. So, my hunch is that it has to do with the recent lighting changes, but we'll see. There's the explosive. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh, for a second there, I thought it was gonna let me skin this orc hide. Experience is moving pretty nicely in this area. Digging the flow. I'm trying to remember who spawns here. Is it Golfang? Or is it Ognos? Or is it Rotfist? That's what I meant. Yes. Ognos spelled backwards is actually Rotfist, so obviously that's what I meant. Spider ad. Frozen, okay. Yeah, I'd love to... I mean, if we can handle pulling from any of the other named areas and kind of clearing to those areas, then I say we do it. I say we do it. I mean, clearly I'm carrying the group right now, so, you know, I'm not really having a problem with that. It's so cool to finally be in Hangor on this character. It's such a cool feeling. I like this area. Nice. Me too. I love it. I love it. Lookout. Lookout incoming. I'm netted. Okay. I think there's a little too much daytime light, like sunlight in this area. Like, I love the tier 1 climate in here. It has this really nice kind of like deep, cold blue hue and tone. And I'd like to see this deeper area have that same vibe. What's our acclimation at now? We're almost fully... That's cool. Don't have frozen lungs any longer. Oh no! Handsome died. What happened? We might need to go on a mission to retrieve him. XP feels great. Yeah. It feels faster than it did in Nightwolf Knoll. Yeah, we need to escort Handsome. Got a little bit more time before this pop, I think. Oh, dude, Handsome, you've only been playing a little over 2 weeks. That's sick. That's cool. We will get you squared away, Handsome. Do you remember where you died? What you were near? What is that thing? That's oh, the snow lilies. Cool. Oh. I feel like I'm just vacuuming everything. I need some more like cedar trees as well. Get some more falcon feathers. Falcon Punch! Whoa, game account. Thank you so much for the membership. Appreciate that big time. Thank you, game account. Many thanks. Many thanks. I want to see Fifolo in the BRK kitchen. Yeah. Yep. Well, you would see flawless execution. You would see, you know, split-second decision making. You would see clutch plays. You would see perfect communication. I mean, you know, beyond those things, which are just a given. Yeah, it'd be interesting. Oh no. Oh, Glorf, yes. That's hilarious. Same one. Wow. Yeah, it's a doozy. It's a doozy. Now, if it was like a trap, you know, that'd be cool. Like, really cool glacial ice cave, kind of lures you over there. You know, ooh, what's that in the distance? And then, you know, you run over to get a better look, and then you get, you know, trapped in an ice prison, or all of a sudden there's an ambush of, like, ice brownies. But, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm digging this experience. I feel the excitement in the air, guys. The experience rate is really nice. The zone is sick. I love this area so much. And then it has such a nice kind of like... You just feel like you're surrounded by potential loot. Named encounters. I'm digging that. I'm digging that. We're on a rescue mission for Hands Up. Yeah. We got to figure out where he is. You love it so much, make more of them. Well, maybe I will. Maybe we will, you know? Maybe we will. No, he's talking. Yeah, he's talking. He went down below, so he died somewhere down in the lower area. I want to go back where it's blue. Horsey. Ah, yes. I'm gonna go back where I'll go back where it transitions to that bluish color. Find a few more rocks to fall through here. Be good. What are you? What? Wild herbs? No. No. Oh, I don't know if I should try to go. It's a little scary. It's a little scary. It is blue, though. Oh, this music. My goodness. Let's see if we can hit that. Yeah, even, I mean, it's definitely, the time of day lighting is blending in quite a bit. Bluer than normal. It needs more of that kind of like clear, a little bit more of that clear day kind of snowy feel. But, you know, I mean, the sun is poking through. It's not totally overcast here. So it actually makes a little bit more sense here. Maybe that's what it is. Sorry, I'm just kind of remembering out loud. Maybe it's when you get into the harsher climate that it typically went more of that like bluish cold vibe, and that's what's changed. I think that actually is what I'm remembering now. Yeah. Yeah, like a bluer light. Oh. I love it when the orcs do that, like, yell. Just imagine something dramatic's going on, you know, somewhere. Somebody spilled over the pot of gruel all over the ground. Just maybe they didn't even spill it. Maybe they just kicked it over, you know, right in front of the guy. He's like, that's what I imagine anyway. Yeah, Joskar, I remember that, actually. I remember you guys doing that. That was hilarious. That was really funny. Wait, your snow doesn't get beige? Well, that's weird. Are there plans for there to be zones where mounts are not allowed? Yeah, there are. Yeah. There's a lot more we want to do down in the lower area too, to make it a compelling place to go. More of a compelling place than it is at the moment. Some really cool stuff down there. There's also some really cool stuff above and behind Hangor that we have planned that's going to be super cool too. Is it true that every time someone dies in Hangor, there's horns that sound? It's not true. That is actually not true. But it's such a freaking cool thought that is like kind of like circulated around the community that we're gonna make that a thing. Oh, let's see. Okay, so God is gonna have to leave. He is going to be replaced by Skedaddle. So okay, yeah. As soon as you head out, I'll invite him. Thanks for finding a replacement. See, this is after we're done with the gameplay portion of the stream. This is one of the things I want to go in and fix right away, is these fires. So we can actually see the flame and hear it and all that stuff. Yeah, it'd be so sick. That like horn that you hear when it plays like that, we absolutely need to connect that with death within this area when the orcs kill somebody. It'd be so cool. And maybe like when the Usharuk kills somebody, it'd be cool. Or like when the Usharuk engages in battle, you'd hear these like war drums like going. That would be sick. Phil, make it so, Phil. Let it be as I have said. I'm gonna go take a bio break. I'll be back, and I'm gonna trust that this fire is gonna keep me warm and safe, even though I can't jump on it. I am insistent on being able to jump on it. Nope. Hold on. Nope. All right. I give up. That sounded like a good, like, I'll go with that. Okay. I'll be right back. Be right back. Okay. All right. What do we got? Okay, so we got Skedaddle here. And we got Hands Up. Nice. I think the whole gang is together. Beautiful. Beautiful. What an interesting, like, artifact. Visual. So interesting. That's like a... That's something weird going on with the lighting, but it's like really cool. Huh. Okay. We good to start moving back in? Is it time? So excited for spring update. Me too. Woo. Woo. Full acclimation. All right, let's do it. Come here. I like glitches. Cool. Like, that was really cool. It's hard to, like... It's funny. Like, it's hard to, like, on purpose create things in the environments like that that really, really capture your attention and capture your eye and make you kind of, like, give them thought. It's funny how sometimes, like, glitches do that and then become the foundation of, like, something that you actually do on purpose because it's such a cool... moment. So it was definitely that moment for me. Got an ad. Woo! Ouchie! Oh no, did we lose hands up? What happened? I don't know what happened. Bro, we're gonna get where we need to get, and then hands up, we're gonna get you this experience back. I'll be careful that we're all moving together. Does Hands Up have his glyphs? And it's hands up, I'm assuming, not hands up. Hands up. Goodness. Okay. We may have just not all moved together. I need to be more careful, make sure we're all together when we move. Sorry, hands up. Hands up, hands up. Yeah. Vladimir, there will be. There will be. There will be. Yeah, we need to see those nice, like, beacon fires in the fire heights. The fire heights are the towers. Can you see one from here? That's a drum tower. Where are the fire heights? You kind of probably see. I don't know. See. Oh, he doesn't have glyphs. Okay. Okay. What do we want to do? What do we want to do? I mean, can we make it without him having glyphs? Like, can we keep him up? I've got some beer jerky as well. There we go. Yeah, he's taking. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's do another glyph run. Let's move back to the campfire up here. And get him warmed up, and then we'll pull lightly around that area. Need to get this. Thank you. There we go. I know you can't give exact timeline, but how long will we have after the spring update and? In 1.0, are we talking a couple months, couple years, a decade? Definitely not a decade. I can say that for sure. I wish that I could like talk about dates or time frames or set like some kind of expectations like that. I just can't. Like I can't do that. There isn't a date related to Pantheon more important than launch. There isn't a date that, you know, more people want to know than that. And then I'm not even, you know, going to be talking about like much smaller, more insignificant dates. So I'm definitely not going to start projecting about a launch date as much as I would want to. So I just can't. Doesn't mean that we don't have an internal idea and target. We absolutely do. It's just not something we can talk about publicly yet. Battalion, thanks by the way for being willing to go and do this a couple of times. I really appreciate that. The issue is people aren't sure whether it's worth playing after spring update. I mean, I understand that. I do. But I would just, like, my advice would be to not worry so much about, like, whether it's worth it or not. And more about, like, is there fun time to be had here? You know, the thing of it is, like, and I'm going to get a little bit philosophical here. I don't know if that's even the right word. Maybe a little deep or whatever, but like none of us know whether we're going to wake up tomorrow. None of us know what's going to happen in a day, a week, a month. And I think it's at least reasonable to look at something like a game in development like Pantheon and say, you know, is there fun to be had right now? And if so, regardless of the time to launch, is it worth playing? And I think it is. I have had an absolute blast. And if what's encouraging to me is I know this game so well. Like, I'm so familiar with it. I'm familiar with these places. I've built a lot of these places. I've placed a lot of these NPCs. I've designed a lot of these classes. Like, I'm so familiar with this game. And even then, as you can tell, I'm rusty on things and I forget things. But I am loving this. I am loving this time, this experience. It has been so freaking fun, and that's enough for me to spend time in it. You know, if I pick up Ash's Creation, at some point, I'm going to go into it with the same mindset, because they're going to wipe. You know, they're going to. So everybody's, your mileage is may vary. You know, it's not the same for everybody, but that's kind of my idea. If you're thinking like, is it going to be worth it to play after spring because, you know, it's still going to be, you know, X amount of time, or because they are going to wipe again at launch or whatever. It's okay if that means like you don't play too. I mean, that's a very reasonable and legitimate option as well. I totally understand that. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it, personally. Will there be updates coming to allow older PCs to run better? Because I was able to play and now it's too laggy and choppy to play. Yeah. There's going to be some ebb and flow as we make our way closer to launch, where new things are implemented, changes are made, we lose a little bit of performance, and then we do optimization passes to gain a little bit of it back, and we're constantly like gaining performance headroom and bandwidth, and then using it and gaining it and using it, and it's just kind of part of the process. But there's definitely more optimization passes to come, a more refined kind of like graphic options, and allow you to kind of have a little more control. So yeah, for sure. Oh, what's that, guys? All right, I'm back. I'm dead. Oh. I don't want to loot him entirely. I'm very impressed by his ankle strength. Okay, we good? We ready? Handsome looks nice and acclimated. Ooh, there's another like little, like, I wonder what's down there. Spoiler, I know what's down there, but I'm just saying, like, I love the way these caves present themselves. They're such like a draw. That's so cool. Love it. Hey, what's up, Release Tev? Oop. Hold on. Ooh. Ice cave. Wait, what? What did I... Oh, there it is. Will characters look more like they were before you made a new start, more realistic? No. Not in the way I think you're wondering. So we went from a very like realism-based graphic art style to what has been a few iterations of a much more stylized art style where we have walked it a little bit back towards realistic with each iteration since the initial change. And I think we've kind of landed where we're going to get. Now, that being said, oh, you're talking about movement? Movement, if you're talking animation wise, then I would say yes. Like there's still a lot of polish animation that we want to do. Animation polish, should I say. So there's quite a few animations that don't quite have the weightiness or look a little bit, they're not quite where they need to be. So that aspect of it will improve. But if you're talking about the visual art style, still lots of improvements there too, as far as armor and the way some things look. Things like plate mail and how shiny plate mail is, and some of the weaponry and how shiny the weaponry is, depending on the metal and stuff. So there's a few things that will step us bits a little bit, towards some of those like stylized realism places. But I'm really glad where we've landed. I know that there are always going to be Zaruk is up and Rothfuss is up. Yo! All right, let's do it. We got to get these. Got to get them. Come on now. War Chief is up. Okay. We need to get to location. We need to get to location immediately. White Wyvern is up. Well, we're not. I don't know if we're gonna handle White Wyvern, but yeah, let's go named hunting. Let's go find ourselves some juicy loots. Rotfist to start sounds good to me. Yo, Joppa convinced my friend to finally play. He was complaining about the game as we were playing. Logged on today and he was still playing. Looks like Pantheon got another. That's super cool to hear. That's so funny. That's so funny. That's awesome. Just imagine what's going to happen in the spring when like the world opens up so much more, and we got all these class updates, we got mastery, we've got, the unified NPCs, we've got new content coming out, we've got mail, we've got auction house, we've got, oh my goodness. Okay, we got some pulls here. This guy. This guy. Oh. Let me pull this back. And we got, ooh, Okay, enchanters. There we go. Yeah, Larsk, me too. Definitely coming away from this knowing that we need a better... We need a better introduction to the acclimation system. What it is that you, in fact, need it. That's interesting to think about. A good way to do that. Mm-hmm. I didn't know that, Glorf. I was told that. I was told that in real time. So had I not known that, had I not been told that, yeah, that would have stumped me. I definitely wouldn't have thought to look at the second page either. So yeah, that's a thing. I did try to get my wife to play EQ1 and 2, and we were not here, so keep up the good work. That's so cool. Oh man, that's awesome. Thanks for sharing that release. That's very encouraging to hear. Ooh. Okay. Bone breaker. Fractured bones, pulverized, shield block. Shield block. Oh, I see now. The animation. It's like, who is he fighting? You made me a Pantheon junkie, Frame. You're welcome. Oh, please don't run up there. All right, we'll rebuff. Thank you, Joppa, for posting back on my comment on your Daggers the Rogue video. It's great to know you haven't forgotten us. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm Arcadian now. I really miss playing the Rogue. I've been missing it quite a bit. So yeah. I definitely read all the comments that you guys put on the YouTube videos and I'm a little behind on some of the more recent ones, but I try to respond. Some great feedback, honestly, that's been coming through those. We will eventually have a hide helm feature, yeah. Is Spring bringing a new player experience update as well, or are you guys waiting to flesh out the rest of stuff before you consider it? We're going to be kind of working on it as we go along. So some of what you saw me doing on stream on Monday is part of that, like going back through and kind of taking a look at some of the starting quests and refining those and fleshing out more of the interaction points, you know, in the early levels. So yeah, it will be improved for sure, but not fully where it's planned to be by 1.0, but much improved. Joppa, I want to say thank you for all the work you're doing on streaming for us. I truly 2026 is Pantheon's year. It is a big year for sure. And yeah, you're very welcome. It's I appreciate you guys tuning in. So thank you as well. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens with Ashes. Ashes is an amazing game. Like it's one of those games that has just an insane amount of potential, and they do a lot of things well. And I'm rooting for them. I really am. The MMOs are tough. They're just tough. They're tough planes to fly. They're tough planes to land. So yo, Morkidian, my goodness, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Woo! Thank you. That's huge. That is so cool. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate that. Yeah. Ooh, Snow Beast. Snow Beast. Wait a second. Are those better than my gloves? I mean, they're not plate, but strength, stam, agility, strength, stam. I mean, I'm gonna just pick these up to keep them safe. Yeah, sorry, I get distracted by the loot. By the loot. Now, Ancestral Fire is just... Why doesn't it say anything about the mez breaking? That's weird. Yeah, it'd be pretty sick if we could get hands up a new pair of fist weapons. That'd be really sick. Seriously, we're kidding. Thank you so much for that. And Moonsty with the tier 1. Thank you so much, Moonsty. That's huge. Appreciate you guys. All right, we did our first primalist. That's cool. Joppa, what's the next upcoming raid being built in the game? Will there be lower level raids, level 20 to 35-ish? So instead of, I'm not going to call them lower level raids. What we've decided to do is instead of building out lower level raids, which is like the size of a raid, so like lower level 24 person encounters, we're going to do, it's going to be more in how we do our major bosses in dungeons. So you're going to have your named rare NPCs, you're going to have your minor boss NPCs, and then when we talk about like instanced content in dungeons, like instance boss rooms, those will be for our major bosses. These will be like, you know, in Halnir Cave, this would be like Nashra, the Thief of Eternity, things like that. Oh, this is so dangerous when they do this. But those will be, they'll still be single group encounters, but they'll be much more difficult. They'll require, you know, a full group really working well together. They're going to be your kind of scripted fights and things like that. So that's really cool to hear, Shion. Thanks for sharing that. That's awesome. That's awesome. Woo, grats, ding. Ding. Hey, observing go. Thanks so much. I appreciate that. That was very nice. Very nice to say. Okay. All right. Oh, root didn't break. The one time root doesn't break. That may be the first time I've seen that. Good old root. All right, Rotfist. This is going to be my first time battling Rotfist toe to toe. See what happens. We'll see what happens. Ready here. Steve, thank you for the gifted sub. Wow, I don't think I've ever seen a golden Kappa train. That's crazy. Thank you, guys. That's really cool. Thank you, Moonsty. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, you too, Essential. Happy New Year. All right, gotta lock in. Here's the boss. Boss. Oh, that's a good start. Just storm and like fly right by him. Oh my good Christmas morning. Here we go. You can tell where this is going. Look at all this land. Look at all this damage landing. Look at all these connects. Whew. Yeah, sorry guys. Tanking this is going to be interesting because, you know, I'm not hitting it very much. So let's do... What can I do about that? I mean... Slippery dude. Hold still. Ow. Fractured tibia. Fractured radius. I'm fine. I'm gonna pull him back this way. I have no battle points. That might be the first time ever that I've not had battle points. Bro. Cannot hit this guy. Oh my goodness. I am like dying for some hit rating right now. We have an ad. We have three ads. Oh my goodness. Okay. Did we get too close to the building? I guess we did. Did they aggro through the wall? This might be, Can you feel the tension? Can you feel it? Okay, another rotten fest. All right. Getting close. Come on. Woo. Wow. Let's just take a second to rest up a little bit. Let the healer get some mana back. And Daruk, thank you so much for the prime. Thank you so much. Mostly a lurker here, but steadily following the progress of Pantheon with much anticipation. Keep up the awesome work and progress, Joppa and VR team. Cheers to an amazing 2026 ahead. And Daruk, thank you so much. That's awesome. Thank you. Thanks for being here. The ring dropped. What are my thoughts on the shaman? What needs to be improved and what is his place among the healers? What is his niche? Oh, the shaman. Yeah, Ashes of Creation is gorgeous. No question. I don't think I even have a ring. I don't even have a ring. Oh, whoops. Sorry. Sorry, move. Shield. Oh yeah, the shielded band. Yes. 4 magic, 36 health. Cool. A paladin takes his car to a mechanic. Whenever I'm driving, I get these strange urges to run over pedestrians. The mechanic has a look under the car. Your alignment is off. Thank you, Jayhawk. All right, we'll do Primalist next. Yeah. You always want to go up here. Get back here. I'm rooted. Frozen, rather. How did Battalion die? Yeah, we waited too long. Aggro got crazy. Oh, that was a great opening. Wow. Okay. Wow. That was intense. Do we plan on having world bosses? If yes, could you speak on how they would work and influence different servers? We do plan on having world bosses that are intended to be contentious, meaning they would be exceptions to the first to engage and our plan to instance most of that kind of content. So world bosses would be open world, contested. They would be essentially DPS races. And we may even have some exceptions to that too. I mean, but we want there to be things in the world that, you know, do have to be fought over. And yeah. Oh yeah, Dark Hall. Yeah. That's a big part of what's coming out in spring. Much more EQ like in that sense. I mean, I don't mean to say that it would be easy, and certainly like player skill, level, gear, all those things will matter, but there won't be this artificial group mob wall, you know, keeping you from doing it. Yeah, that's right. So, do we after Rotfist, do we want to try any of these other bosses? Or do we feel like that would go poorly? Head. Cool. I hear he's got a good spear. So they say. Ognos as well. Man, it's so nice having a ranger. Very nice. Good. Glad that worked. Oh. All right, so we need to... Huh? We may have missed our... Here, let's go this way. There we go. Would be entertaining to watch. It probably would be very entertaining to watch, yeah. Yeah. It would be a bunch of me whiffing and running around. Ad. Possibly. Oh, he hasn't noticed this yet. Never mind. He is blissfully unaware. Oh. You got a little whiff there. Hey, take care, Upnor. Thanks for hanging out. Vision for the main core gameplay loop you're hoping to achieve by launch, considering a shorter play window. Considering a shorter play window and respecting the player's time. What's your vision of the main core gameplay loop? Let me just like process that for a second. Well, there's a lot of different ways to answer that question. There's a lot of different ways to frame it. And without even, you know, really knowing exactly what your, you know, kind of what angle you're interested in. We are making steps come spring to make Pantheon, to transition Pantheon towards being more of an accessible game experience for people that play MMORPGs, for the sense of like adventure and exploration and wonder and immersion, more so than it is today. Now, that does not mean that, you know, we're not going to have and continue to have and generate content that is very challenging, and that, you know, some players, and I'm okay even saying most players, won't see. You know, it's okay to have things like that because it's just too difficult. But, you know, I have long played MMORPGs not to like be in the top 0.1%. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm good. I have long played MMORPGs just to like, just because I freaking love like getting immersed in a world and like getting really locked into my class and exploring new places and whatnot. So I need to lock in here. Westy, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Oh, look at him. Look at the aura. Look at that aura. Okay. Let's do it. Off to a good start. Whiff, whiff, whiff. I wish he was Orange Con. I'm like a yellow and a half away from him being orange. Roughest is back up again. This is gonna be fun. This new spawn stuff's gonna be a lot of fun. It's gonna be very interesting. I mean, it definitely, like, at least without a ton of people in this area, it's like, it's kind of an interesting crawl back and forth dynamic, right? So we could definitely like stay in one spot and just do Rotfist, but kind of flowing back and forth like this is pretty cool when it's open. Dude, I am just worthless. Oh, it's okay. I don't want to. It's actually really, really important that we don't claim anything beyond what we should claim. Like if Bossy and Dory and all that, they want to move in and take a name, that's like totally what they should do. We don't need to claim anything just because I'm me or you're you or they're they. So that's actually like I really don't want to do that because I don't want me playing to be any different than anybody else playing. So yeah, if they want to take a spawn, if they want to move, I mean, please, by all means. Goodness, he's going somewhere. Woo. he's booking it. That's hilarious. He doesn't need dampen harm with me. He's already pretty much immune to my damage. Wow. Having fights like that make it so much more fun to fight things my level because I can actually hit them. And it feels good. No problem, brother. Fully believe in this game. Love what y'all are doing, man. That's awesome, Westy. Thanks so much. That never, ever gets old or loses any of its power to hear that. Like it's such an encouragement. So thank you. Man, it is like Boarville in here right now. We have awakened the boars. Awaken the boars. Anyway, I feel like I got totally off track with what I was saying earlier. Because of the boss fight, kind of whatnot. But yeah, you know, I think that's the loop. So it's like I want to feel like I did when I played EverQuest, where, you know, I as I learned my class, I kind of knew what I could and couldn't do. I kind of knew and learned, am I more of a group-oriented class? Am I more of a, you know, solo-oriented class, or a solo-capable class, I should say? And then it was like, whenever I logged in, I kind of came in with that mindset, and so there was a lot of exploration. There was a lot of poking around in different places and peeking my head in places and like figuring out, you know, what. And I just want there to be more of that in Pantheon. I think that is going to be huge. And so for the gameplay loop, that's going to be a lot of it, is, you know, that. Oh, I'm assuming that's. Is anybody rolling on the ring? I mean, hands up can benefit from the ring, right? What is this? Hold on. Let me see what are the stats. Oh yeah, let's roll on this. That's got 2 strength. Hands up. Do you have? Let's roll. That's okay. See, this is what it's all about right here. Put that thing on. Ognos. Ognos. Apparently Hognose is on the way. What level is this dude? Okay. Well. Let me just drench this guy in threat. I mean, the threat is just flowing. Relentless pursuit. Here we go. Such an ominous thing. Being pursued relentlessly. That was something else right there. That was something else. Thrill of the hunt. Spell nullifier, that's not good. Ooh. Yeah, this guy's nasty. Not yet, Jaren. I am flirting with level 27. And no, I did not win. No, I definitely did not win. I unwon. Yeah, it is, Shion. It is seething out of him. The threat that I applied is still active and overwhelming. But thankfully we have this quaint little dual daggers that are holding their own quite nicely. Oof. I'm biding my time. I'm biding my time before I jump up and overwhelm the situation with Fifthlo. It's known as something getting Fifthloed. That's what they call it around in Terminus. Something getting Fifthloed. That's a monk item right there. Get you that club, hands up. I mean, I'm sitting pretty here. That. I haven't even put on my gloves yet. Good, I was just making sure they were brown. I was a little nervous. Yeah, grats. Grats. Well, at least this environment is very non-brown. I don't see any brown in this environment at all. Yeah. That's good. Oh, got the brown. Brown's back. Yeah, it's absolutely the changes we did to lighting in general. We need to tweak Hangor a little bit. Why not have Treeform restore mana? Because we don't want that quite that amount of self-sufficiency for the druid, so it leaves room for things like, you know, Whisper, or like the Clarity equivalent for enchanters. I'm not gonna rule out that there couldn't be some mastery options for druid that might add a very small mana regen component to their Treeform. I'm not gonna totally rule that out. I just saw that message. You got the hit you wanted, and look what you did with it. I went splat. I did. Piffalo's still pretty squishy, you know? Piffalo definitely feels pretty squishy still, so... I'm doubly hurting my group mates here by not being high enough level to make contact and hold threat, and also, you know, not quite being as resilient as I need to be. But we'll get there. Yeah, dynamic. I'm not sure that we'll double it, or I don't want to speak too much on like the actual numbers, but I definitely think it needs to be beefed up a bit. Yo. I'm gonna pull this down. I need to figure out what I did with my bow. Joppa, what new race would you love to see in Terminus lore? Ooh. Well, one of them I can't talk about yet because, not because it's like some surprise new race, but because it's an upcoming NPC type that we haven't introduced yet that we're going to be rolling out with Badia Dakara. So that's one of them. I think Ratkins are super cool. I think Ratkins would make a really interesting addition. Yeah, those would be my top 2 right now, which doesn't tell you a whole lot because you haven't seen these other ones yet, but they're super cool. EQ2 had Ratkin. They did. Ours are cooler though. Ours are cooler. The Rotanga. Yeah, once I hit level 27, that might be a good time for me to wrap up as well and switch over to some a couple of dev things before the stream's over. So maybe we can get one more named in there, but even getting level 27 is going to be huge. Stay away from fence. Imagine if fence was like an enemy. Stay away from fence. Watch out for fence. Chair versus fence in the octagon. I mean, chair may not look it, but chair's you'd have to see him when he's angry. Chair, it's kind of the quiet brooding type until, you know, and I've only seen him cross that line maybe once, maybe twice, and it's something else. It is something else. Where are you going, bro? Okay. Some sort of troll or orc race. Yeah, orcs could be cool too, honestly. They're just such good, like, they're so ubiquitous in our world as enemies, and it's kind of that, I don't know, orcs would be cool, but I feel like they there's no like friendly or not friendly, that's not what I mean. There's no like not the same. They're not the same. Rakan, like the Rakan culture, like you have kind of more of a, I don't know. You already have built into the Rakan kind of a neutral, you know, entity that has merchants and like has dealings with, you know, the different player cities. The drawn Ratkin are the ones in Halnir Cave that are like, you know, the ones you gotta watch out for. But normal Ratkin are, you know, definitely kind of in that could be a player character vibe. Hoping to see man bear pigs and more space whales. Yeah, a space whale. Space whales make great rangers because of the way they like flop in and out, you know. When you're engaging with drawing as a space whale ranger, it's a really very, what would you call it, elegant. We got another rot fist. Space whales can for sure teleport. They did on Ahsoka, yeah. Yeah. They're also extremely skilled with bows. You know? Am I sick of floating combat text yet? I'm sick of not being able to customize my floating combat text to increase and improve my clarity. So I like floating combat text personally. It's all in this one vertical line. I want to be able to offset it. I want to be able to filter it. Change how it like displays, you know? There are some things, for example, like I don't want to see the name of the spell that healed me. I'm okay just seeing the green numbers. But then there are certain things where it's nice to actually see the name. So yeah, it's just lots of like polish. What's up, Kurgan? Good to see you. Good to see you, Kurgan. All right, off to a good start. I've actually connected with him a few more times than normal, so that's nice. Let's get this on. Last stand popped. It's definitely tough because I'm not getting the usual thistle, not thistle, the you know what I mean. The not thistle. I meant talisman. Obviously, when I said thistle, I meant talisman. I probably didn't even need to clarify that. Oh yeah, my blue banner does have hit rate. Look at that. Let's see how much of a difference that makes. Seems to be making a difference. Maybe. Rotten Feast. Ognus. War Chief is up, right? I'm sure we'd be able to take War Chief, no problem. Hoping for some PvP later on down the road? There will be. There will be. No, I know. I don't need to try. We're good. I know I'm barely just scraping the bottom of the barrel here. We're definitely in over our heads a little bit, but that's okay. This has been interesting. It's been insightful. and insightful. And the experience has been amazing. Only Fifilo so far, Kurgan. I'm going to do a little bit of deving here and just shortly. Once I hit level 27, we're probably going to wrap it up. And then I'll shift over to a little bit of dev stuff. A little bit of dev. There's actually a couple things here in Hangor that I want to address. Look at that, so cool. Yeah. You gotta ore farm a little bit from time to time, you know. You gotta ore farm a little bit. Yes, Flange, we do. Yeah. Yes, indeed. If he's camping, yeah, let's leave because he's got this spot. No, it's fine. It's fine. Dude, level 50 aura. I'm sorry. All right. Yo, move, grats. Grats. Thoughts on adding a cold dot for necros? I mean, maybe. We really need to clean this up. This is very confusing. Pantheon lore is weird to follow. It is kind of weird to follow. It can be weird. But it's so good. It's very juicy. Very juicy. Well, Chauvin, that's the thing though. That's the thing. It seems like for all intents and purposes, it seems like these different races and shards of, you know, realms, planets, worlds, whatever you know, all the above are like kind of end up like shipwrecked here, and there's no real rhyme or reason, and there's, you know, there doesn't seem to be any connectivity. And yeah, in some cases, yeah, it's not it's not, well, obviously in all the cases they're not native to the world. But that's part of what's intriguing to me, is that part of what I love about it is kind of the opportunities that we have to kind of lean into that. Like, what does that mean, you know, when these things that are not native show up? That's a lot of where we get like the basis for fractures and kind of these like rifts and tears in the mana fields and various things because of the dissonance. All right, here we go. Let's see what happens. Get my hit banner down. See if that helps a little bit. Relentless pursuit. Nope. This guy's definitely the scariest to fight, for sure. Relentless pursuit is on. I really need a hotkey last stand. Ooh! Whoa! Oh man! Oh! That was some clinch. Come on, you gotta hit, you gotta connect, you gotta do something. It's just, oh, it's just, you know. Wow. Okay. Wait until you meet the big dog. It's not something that we plan on doing regularly, yeah. It's not something we plan on doing regularly. Yeah, we reserve the right to like not do it again, you know. That could be a unique event that happened and hasn't happened since and won't happen since, you know. So I'm definitely not saying anything about it. Not one word. Not a single word. All right, let's get this last little bit of yellow. Let me grab this real quick because obviously that needs to happen. Be right with you guys. Be right with you. Ooh. All right. Ogno's laying here all splayed out like a space whale. Go, go, run. I mean, I think I still needed the, yeah, I need the potassium. So I might as well get some on here, huh? It's funny because on my paladin, I found potassium in the Peltmaster Crane cave. So I knocked that out really quick for the paladin, but yeah, no such luck on the warrior. Surprisingly. What did I say? Are the ice dwarves sworn enemy? Okay, I'll get the tree after this. Sworn enemy. Well, sworn enemy would be the Revenant. Woo. Nice. That's sick. Sick. Good stuff, guys. It was an awesome group. Like, going to a new place, you know? Had some ups and downs in the beginning. I kicked things off with a nice Phantom Rock splat. Kind of set the tone for the early times. But yeah, we found our footing, and that's cool. That's cool. Let's see if I get any falcon feathers here. The falcon feathers are the ones that are going to be, I think, the biggest pain to get. You know? That's what you need to? Yeah. Guys, we're 3 levels away from level 30. Well, this is clearly falcon feathers. Falcon feather dust, maybe? No. No. Maybe, like, shape it back into falcon feathers or something? I don't know. Let me see if I can... Let me grab this, this stuff right here real quick. Hopefully get 3. Oh, it's on the bright caps too. Yeah. I have the really nice skinning knife, but that's everything else is, I still think, 14, yeah. Adrium. Wait, Tassium is, oh yeah, Tassium's the yellow stuff. I think it's more like falcon feces rather than falcon feathers. Yeah. Or Tassium's green. Sorry. Green. Green. All right, I think we're going to stuck bind you. Call it a day for here. Level 27. Got ourselves a ring. Got our first ring. First ring. Oh yeah. And we got our glyphs. So we have glyphs now. So now, you know, now Hangor is kind of an ongoing option now. So that's cool too. All right, guys, GG's. Great group. I'm going to stuck out. Yeah, Battalion, thanks so much for the help, man. Thanks for helping the others that didn't have their glyphs, and thanks for being an excellent tour guide through getting into Howner Cave and getting set up. That was great. Yeah, we're going to bind out. We're going to bind out. Cool robe. Yeah, the stuck command is temporary, like during EA and various things. All right. So we're 4 hours in, so we're not gonna go too long, but there's a couple of things while they're fresh on my mind that I want to jump in and fix. Owl dander. Wanting to buy owl dander. Need loads of owl dander. All right, let's switch gears here. Aldenda. Okay. Thoughts on Stranger Things ending? I mean, it was good. I mean, I think I'm still trying to process, and again, no spoilers here. I'm still trying to process whether my feelings are just the result of something, you know, so long standing coming to an end. Because I definitely, it was good. I felt like it could be better. Could have been better in some ways. But I know when it ended, like when it was over, I felt like I felt unsatisfied. And some of that I think is just something that you don't want to end being over. And I haven't fully parsed through how much of it is like the fault of the finale itself. So, but I would still say overall it was good. It was definitely good. It wasn't bad. I just thought it could have been a little more. Yeah. All right, trying to get Unity open here. Unity is taking its sweet time, as it is wont to do. I can see the YouTube preview of the YouTube stream, and I didn't go into the stream today expecting my sweater to match so well with our environment, but it does. It does indeed. Okay. All right, so let's do... Yeah, Frame, it was awesome. It was awesome. Great group. Did I finish all the intros to the NPCs? Not yet. Not yet, because several of them had like pretty deep graphs. And so I've been trying to like do a more thorough pass on each one as I go through. But making progress. Making progress. All right. There's our little spots. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right, so this is the old fire that's no longer rendering after some of the updates to our VFX and scripts and whatnot, and that's why you're not seeing this in game anymore. So we're gonna get rid of these because they are old. Quite old. This is going to be massive, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Much better. That's what we need to see when we're running around. You know? And then let's check out our lights. Our lights are interesting. We could probably go to 300 on that. Yeah, Cryon. Yep. That is a very important goal and part of making sure that exploration feels meaningful and fun and interesting, and yeah. Flame on. All right, so let's do nighttime. See how this feels from distance. I'm not a lighting artist, so I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this, but now see, that's not the same lighting we're getting in the scene. Not at all. So what that tells me boop. And then I want to examine that though. That was kind of strange. Kind of strange. Let's I'm not going to save that. It's almost like these have been, they're not the same. Okay, so instead of what I just did, we're going to do... No. Oh, it's missing a central light. It's missing the main light. Interesting. So there's a couple of ways that I could address this. One of the reasons I'm hesitating is because I'm trying to be as least disruptive to the scene as I can. So, and it's also a little bit spooky when something like this happens. So what's interesting is, like, for this one, you can tell that because it's got that little plane underneath, that this is what we expect. This one probably has the main light in it as well, if I had to guess. Yes. So what we've got is the prefab we expect, and then what we have here is a prefab that's been changed, not on the prefab level, but it's been changed like as it sits out here in the scene, which is a little... can be a little spooky, like trying to change something like that. And it looks like this one's the same way, but yet there wasn't. So there should have been a prefab that was created, or campfire, no snow, like no base or something like that. So we have a different prefab to work with that doesn't have that base, which, you know, I understand why that base was removed, because you've got areas where you don't want it, you don't need it. But all these are all missing that main light. So what I think we're going to do, let me think, the best way to do this. I mean, it's pretty much just all there is to it right there. And now we should be able to more cleanly replace these. Does this have the main light? No, so we'll see when we replace this. We get what we're looking for here. No snow. Boop. Replaced. There we go. And now we're getting a much nicer, like, light casting that's not so, like, quasar bright. I'm at war against the quasars. War with the quasars. And they're throwing light much more like an actual bonfire now, like something that's, you know. Let me do one more thing. Sorry, guys. I'm thinking. And when I think a lot, I get quiet sometimes. I apologize. But I'd rather do that than make a mistake, you know? Okay. So I want to go back in here one more time to our new prefab and adjust these lights. So the main light, we're going to bring this down to 150. And the center light, we're going to reduce this to 0.5. Make it a little bit hotter in the center, but then soften that broader, wider light a little bit. And then I think we'll be in good shape. That looks a lot better. I'm digging it. Unfortunately, we kind of have to eye these now since they weren't like named differently. But yeah, that's so much better. Like the soft light in video games, like it's just like this harsh bright light. It just, I don't know, it just takes you out of the it. It's too bright. That's so much nicer. That's so much vibier. Oh, yeah. Goodness. See, that's what I mean, like the quasar effect of like, woo, so bright. And you know, this is not anybody's fault or anything like that. This is just like as you make lighting changes and tweaks and various things, it's just part of the process where you're gonna kind of go back through and adjust what looked good, you know, before. Isn't holding up quite as nicely after certain changes, so we tweak, get things back in line. These are way bright too. I have to go back and get the smaller ones here soon. All right, we got you. Definitely need to get you. Cool. They feel much more like roasty, toasty fires now. Much more. So that's the difference. You know, here's before and here's after. And what's funny is the brighter one isn't even throwing light as far. So like you have this campfire and you can see the light it's throwing, you know, over here. Whereas this one is like much more tight, but super bright. So it's nicely balanced now. Cool. All right, save that. Great. that contains the script quotation mark, which is not allowed. Okay. All right. No worries. Hold on. Let's try something. Let's just try doing one. Let's just make sure this is going to be like a hard, like, no, and then we'll figure out what we need to do instead. Okay. I don't think I've seen this particular issue before, so it's interesting. If we... I'm just gonna see if it'll let me like disable it and save. Oh. Oh. Sectors. This is a new one for me, chat. This is a new one. Well, the good news, we have the new one created. We've dialed it in. We need to do a little organizing here too. So this is, oh, these are just smaller. Yeah, they're just scaled down versions of the other ones. Okay, so that makes it super easy then. Because once we work out, I'll get Kyle to kind of see what's going on with the saving issue. But once we do that, we should be able to just batch replace these and do a spot check to make sure they're sitting properly, and then we should be good to go. So that's good. That's good. Let's check those rocks. I literally just held down my sprint key. All right. Okay, so mesh clutter. It was one of, like, are these all the same? This is definitely the spot. I'm pretty sure I ran right over from this tree. So, I mean, it's definitely, like, one of these guys. But this is one of the fun ones where it's like there's nothing, like, immediately standing out to say that something's wrong. Well, okay. One of the things I've learned for sure is, you know, it's good to come in and try to fix things as you find them, but if you find that you're not able to fix them quickly, then make a note of it, pass it off, and move on, because I could spend a lot of time in here trying to piece together what's going on. And I don't think that's going to be a good use of time. But we did Hangor, and we saw from a first-hand perspective some of the issues in here that we need to address. Namely, like, yeah, getting these visually, getting these fire vibes going. I mean, everything else honestly held up pretty well. Yeah, I think we fix our fires. We try and fix those collision issues, and then we just keep pumping away on the narrative content. That's what I think. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to wrap it up here, guys. I'm gonna go eat, and then I'm gonna get right back into chipping away on that stuff. So anyway, I've got holes in my armpit. I know. Yeah, this sweater is old. This was actually, I think this was like my wife's grandfather's sweater. I think I got a few things from him, and he's awesome. Or, well, he's awesome, but the clothes are awesome too. They don't make them like they used to, guys. Some cool clothes from back in the day. All right, let's see. Let's try and raid somebody here. Let's see. Okay. Here we go. Guys, thank you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging with me. These are so much fun. Oh my gosh. So much fun. And for those of you that enjoy it and feel the same way, I really, really appreciate you being here. So patch today, we'll see how things shake out over the coming days. We'll have updates coming soon. I will be back with you soon. I'll try to, keep letting you guys know when that'll be. But expect, full steam ahead. We're all back. Everybody's back. Everything's humming. And yeah, so until next time, I'm going to get this raid cooking. We'll drop in and surprise somebody and hopefully excite them and give them a little bit of a better night. And until next time, my friends, thank you so much for all the support. Can't wait to be back with you soon. I will see you then. Adios.